All right, folks, I am still not sure what happens, but there. Um, I still am not sure what happened, but we are back. I've dropped our bitrate a little bit, but I'm not convinced that actually made the difference. Um, we will see how this stream performs. Thank you for your patience. We are back. So what we're doing, we're trying to get a little XP for our uh, shuffle enchantment efforts. And yeah, I think we are technically have enough. So we're going to go back to our enchantment table and, or rather our anvil. Who uses an enchantment table these days? Hermit crafters. But aside from that, um, okay. Knock on wood, still no dropped frames. We are almost 3 minutes in. No dropped frames. All right. I have enough to do this. God damn it. We need more XP. I put the book on the wrong shovel, and now I have half the enchantments on one shovel, half the enchantments on the other. So very, very fun times. We will be continuing to farm XP. What did I? I'm gonna run the auto clicker here. Eve, how's your evening? Are you still at the game night? Anything that isn't a anything that is not an ender is just so painfully slow. Unless it's a guardian farm. Technically in vanilla, guardian farms are the fastest XP farm because while enders produce more XP, they produce smaller orbs so that you can't absorb them all. We have that setting changed by carpet mod on our welcome back, New Hacula. We have that setting changed by carpet mod on this server so that we can, so there's no cooldown, we can absorb XP as fast as possible. But in vanilla, the Guardian farm is your fastest XP farm in the game. I did something miraculous, I'm not sure. I may have just waited the problem out. No, maybe the XP is getting pretty faster than Enderman. Yes. And the reason for that is that the Guardians. There. What? Big hotkeys. The tweaks. Attack XP. it. I don't want it. Okay, let me get a bucket and we'll remove the lava so that we can manually do this. In fact, what we're actually going to do is we're going to upgrade this farm. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. We're going to get a dispenser and a bucket, and we're going to make this lava able to be switched on and off by a button. But welcome in, Pride Pooch. How's your evening? I know you talked to Joe about some One Piece while I was busy, but how was Texas at this time, other than terrible? Oh yes, sorry. Guardians. I got distracted because I'm streaming. So with Endermen produce a lot of XP, but they produce it in small orbs that have just a couple of points of XP each. And there's a game limit. You can only absorb an XP orb every 2 ticks. So there's that cooldown on it, and that means that an Ender will actually produce XP faster than you can absorb it. The Guardians produce less total XP, but they produce it in larger orbs so that you can absorb it faster. And that way, in vanilla, without the cooldown disabled, a Guardian farm is the faster source of XP. Do I have a dropper dispenser? I bet I just have one in my... I didn't even need to come here. I bet I have one here. I do have one here. I do, however, need a... Yes, Pride, because there's a cooldown. And you'll see in this Ender on this server, we don't have that problem because we have carpet mod set to change that. But when it comes to... Let's see, I need a bucket. When it comes to vanilla, yes, that is the case. And then I'll just make one button. And away we go. There we go. No more lava. Now we can get the XP from our skeletons. Uh-oh, what's uh-oh? What are we lamenting? Not a fan. Seems like we might be okay, though. While we're making some progress, in case you didn't catch it, I put the book on the wrong shovel. So instead of having, I have this. Instead of having a shovel with everything, I have a shovel with efficiency 5 and mending. I have a shovel with silk touch and breaking. What does that show? Okay, that is a mod called Better PvP. And the reason that I use it is because it shows my armor durability, and it also shows potion effect durations. So in vanilla, up in the upper right, I guess there's the right direction on stream. Up in that corner of the screen, um, you would see your active potion effects, but you have to open your inventory to see how much time they have left. For this one, you don't have a problem. With Better PvP, it shows you the time that you have left. But Better PvP also shows you the health of the thing you're looking at, which is occasionally useful. Hey, Harkla, you said you were making dinner. What'd you make? I assume you're not still making dinner. I forgot I was already crouched. Ooh, spaghetti. Which pasta shape did you end up using? And as we determined last time, there is a right answer. Or at least there's an argument to be had. It might be. There's a lot of different mods that do the same thing, but this particular one is from Halloween shaped something interesting. I don't think that was on the list of options. But anyway, what's I saying? Yeah, this one happens to be from Better PvP. I'll post a link if you're interested. Better PvP is a Zero mod, so the same guy that did Zero, minimap, etc. Yeah, there's the link. Are we still getting stuff down there? Kind of. Yeah, it's interesting. I think he puts his mods on, what's the big one? CurseForge? But not Modern. I hate CurseForge, so yeah, that's his website. I emailed him about a bug because by default, the place that it puts the armor durability, it overlaps with the left hand, the offhand, which I think is having that by default should be a bug. So I emailed him about it because he doesn't. That's the only way he accepts bug reports. He was kind of an asshole, but also his mod is good, so we use it anyway. That's a good bow. Power 3 Infinity. He didn't think that it was. I don't think he fully understood what I was saying, and he didn't think that it was an actual problem. But regardless, he seems that he was just rather rude in his response. Did not seem to appreciate me taking the time to make a public report, which that's his business, I suppose. You know, several years ago, there was this slow movement. People wanted slow food and slow this and slow that. This is slow XP, and it's intentional. It's not because the Ender's broken. I'm doing this on purpose. Curious if this is actually doing anything. I'm worried that the lava is burning the XP, but I forgot that the XP no cooldown rule means that sometimes you don't get the sound effect play when you get XP. Yeah, I think the PvP mod is less known. But yeah, that is odd. You'd think he'd want more people to use it. But I don't know, maybe he doesn't want a lot of attention on it. After all, it is like hell, maybe it's banned from those sites because a lot of PvP servers see it as cheating. Um, I don't know. We're gonna need like quite a bit of XP actually. Damn. Joseph! Joseph, get your ass to the end if you're gonna do that. Ender. Wait. Where'd my... Here, no, where'd... Oh, here it is. Okay. I may be insane, but not for that. Okay, I think we're actually at the point where we get XP more slowly now, so let's go ahead and use some of this XP to get a shovel, and we'll finish up. For anybody who didn't know, XP, there are certain points as you accumulate levels where each level starts to cost more. One of those points is 30 levels, so the levels before 30 are cheaper than the levels after 30. And that means if you're trying to do a lot of enchanting, keeping your levels close to 30 will actually make you faster because you can get some XP, then you can use... Oh, perfect, Joe. Thank you. Um, you can get some XP, you can use the XP, and then there's Silk Touch, I need a efficiency, unbreaking, and mending. You get the XP, you use the XP, you get more XP faster than you would to get all the points or all the levels that you would need. Okay. Silk Touch and Mending. 2. Okay. Now this one is Silk Touch Unbreaking 3. Screwed that one up. I'm doing incredibly well at this. Just so you know, like I want everybody to know how just exemplary this process has been. I guess we're gonna have to put both of these on this one now because this one is 10, this one is 6, so we want to put the 10 first. And then we have to get more XP. I thought it odd that it doesn't use XP past 30. It does use it, but it takes more XP points to get a level, as you gain levels more slowly. We are going to end up with all of them. Joe, I'm curious how the Endermiteless Enders work, because I don't know how you're luring them, or if you're using some kind of pathfinding glitch or what. It was handy when we had to plug into store XP in. Arctic didn't update it for the new Minecraft version, though. Could store the excess in one enchanting, just pulls them back in from the saved amounts. Rooms of XP hoppers. Of course. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Joe is limiting spawn spaces to a line down the middle of the farm players looking towards. Would that make it slower? Because I feel like you'd be pretty severely limited in your spawning spaces in that case. Okay. As long as you're killing them continuously, it's not slower. No. Eve has escaped the most stressful 2v2 of her life. Wait, so it's been going the entire time, Eve? Because you were talking about this 2v2 a while ago. I don't know how long these games run. Okay, Joe. I was gonna be like, that sounds dangerous if it's not perfect. Oh, okay, Joe. I mean, Eve. Good lord. Since you stopped talking, it's been one game. That makes sense. So tell me what made it stressful. But yeah, I thought that would be dangerous to look at the Enderman, and then I realized they're also gonna aggro on you if you hit them with a sword. So Doesn't really matter. Eve, this is my new XP farm, in case you didn't notice. Okay. I'm breaking 3 and mending, so we want the one with silk touch and efficiency then. Silk touch and efficiency. Unbreaking and mending. Now we have what we want. So now we just have to finish these off. These each need 1 more book, so we'll go get some more and take care of that. Actually, no, we won't, because I think we can get the digging done with just these, and we can let Joe worry about the XP farm. So, where's my box? Here it is. This here, here, this here, and this here. All right, something like an hour later, we are back. Well, Eve, I'm glad you asked. We were working on the cauldron adventure, and then we ran out of shovel. So we had to get more shovel, and the stream went down. Which it is still not looking great. We're still dropping 11% of frames, which is kind of unacceptable, but it is also what it is. And I can never remember which way it is, but I think it's over here. Is it? Yes. Just farther away than I think every time. And we're back. Full sweet hole. Yes, Eve, the farm appears to work, so good news there. I'm fairly determined, not... I'm fairly determined to get it built tonight. I don't have work tomorrow, so we can keep at this a while. I am very sorry to those of you who have to put up with my stream buffering. It is not what I would prefer. Alrighty. I think I think that'll do us. We're going to place the schematic and we didn't need to deal with this. A little bit of dirt that needs removed here. Like just this little top of the hill. It'll take no time, and then we will be hopefully back on track. Build our farm. Oh, okay. Good job. Good job, Box. Alrighty. Turn the bracelet on. And then I think what we can do is I do want this to be nice and low to the ground. I think this is roughly where we had it last time, but well, let's think. Because we had observer, block, block. So yes, this is the original height that we had it. Um, and it should work. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think we're ready to build this. Let us take a look at our material list and tremble. I wonder if I can shift. I'm debating. Oh, this is gonna have to be mined out no matter what. Where's this bit? Debating whether to just mine the whole thing out. Oh, Joe was here. Joe, I didn't realize you were on the server. Sorry. Um, let's see what this looks like if I push it one more level down. Figure. If I put it one more level down, then it can mostly hide under this segment here, this piece here, which is kind of cool. And we wouldn't really have to do much. Okay, let's try that. No, I like it better. I like it better up one. I'm making this decision entirely on vibes. Oh, sorry. Sorry, your client crashed. Um, I'm doing this entirely on vibes. I don't know how to justify this decision, but fortunately I don't have to because I'm the streamer. All right, let's write this out to a file and let's get our. Let's see. Let us get our stuff. We do this. We're gonna do view an instance. Minecraft folder. config. No, config Lightmatica material list. It's a short material list. Not a ton of different items on here. There's just a lot of cauldrons. And about a shulker of redstone dust. Okay, we can do this. The first thing that we need, and I'm debating whether I should. You all can see. We need 6 shulker boxes of cauldrons. And 6 shulker boxes of cauldrons with 7 iron ingots each is only 42 shulker boxes of iron, which I think we do have at Vex's Iron Farm. So we're gonna go to Vex's Iron Farm. Look at this. We're gonna mass craft us some. I'm gonna teach some of this stuff, but we are going to mass craft us some. Is there a chest for these? We'll mass craft us some cauldrons. I'm gonna stop by the base first and put away some stuff. "42 shulkers of iron ingots. That's honestly, it's kind of too many. A lot of iron ingots. I'm glad that we have the mass crafting. Oh. Alright. Dirt and grass blocks. Let's see. This, we can do this. Log of dirt. There. Dirt. Rest in there. Cool. Now we do the same for the grass blocks. I don't think we have enough room though, so I'm going to put these in a shulker. And then the shulker can go in here. Alright, and then stone. And snow. Alright, to the iron farm. We do get to use the new south tunnel for this. It's always nice. This way. Yes, this way. Frame dropping time. Whee! Okay. I think I got the blocks. Didn't want the blocks. I wanted the ingots. Yeah. Why am I still getting ingots? Now I'm getting the blocks. Okay, so the blocks are here. We're gonna put them back. We need the ingots. But we have plenty of ingots. We just have to figure out how to do this. Trying to and restock now. Okay, if I do this, then we can actually place these a lot easier because even the middle click will not get you a full shulker box, and restock will. For this, we need so much iron. This is a lot of iron. Can you imagine mining all this? We'd end up with another perimeter. There's a crafting assistant that's designed to make this process a little bit faster and more convenient over at the storage. But I can never remember how the damn thing works. Okay, there's 3 shulker boxes. We needed 6. So, okay. Take this and chop it and move it away. And then we're gonna get more iron ingots. And then we're going to turn off hand restock because hand restock is a little bit annoying. And we're going to do this all again. We're going to heat. And I'm so glad item scroller exists. I would go insane otherwise. Like, thank you, Masa, for making tactical Minecraft possible. That is... without him, I don't think technical Minecraft would be anything like what it is. We would not be able to build on the scale that we do without his mods. Bless you, Raze works for discovered the item scroller before Melissa. Indeed. We're missing a little bit of iron. A little bit of we're missing something. Here it is. Here's our last 10, so now we just knock all these down. We thank me for stacking shulkers. And we go on. Okay, so 37. I swear to God, they didn't stack. They didn't stack with each other. I'm kind of hate this. All right. We have our six shulkers of cauldrons. Now we need a shulker of redstone dust. That's easy to get. And we need a lot of sticky pistons for this, a lot more than I think. Okay, we're done at the iron farm. Our next objective is 1 shulker of redstone dust, followed by a shulker of smooth stone. We're going to start the smooth stone first, because that has to smelt. I might have it in my storage, but I doubt it. Cack! We are still dropping frames. Yep, we're dropping all the frames. Also, we're flying the wrong direction, like Joseph. I'm doing my best Joseph impression right now. I guess we'll just stream through this and you'll see what you see. I'm now thinking that I need to, I guess, do some daytime streams to see if this is a time of day thing or if it's just a constant thing. Because the problem is that this does seem to be an ISP problem. It has to be because I've replaced our modem and I've eliminated every other piece of the puzzle. So, ooh, Artemis is playing? I didn't realize Artemis had taken up the league TCG. Is he just using your cards? Okay. Let's see. I need smooth stone. Do I have smooth stone? I don't. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take some regular stone and run it through the smelter. Excellent, Eve. This thing doesn't take very long to get through a shulker. It only takes about 3 minutes, so this will be quick. Air smelter. Spawn. I always spawn the player Smoky for my smelting, but I want it to be a bear, and it's not a bear. It's just a clown, a joker. So we're using smelter. And smelter's just a Steve skin. Okay, we need to find a shulker of redstone dust. That is appropriate for the current state of the Forest Service. Yeah. I gotcha. I've heard. I have heard mostly from you. Let's do this. Let's get a shulker ready for. By the way, Joe, how's your girlfriend's new job going? Did she start it? Redstone dust. We love redstone dust. What was I gonna do? My list. Sticky piston, 1100. A decent number of pistons. I have some of them in here. Love seeing her work in a place where the people treat her extremely well. Alrighty, we'll see you later. I should still be live because this farm will take a while. Bye. Alright. Next up, 1100 sticky pistons. We have some pistons here. We'll use these first. Let's stickify all of these. See if we can get up to thumbs up. Okay. Oh, it does make 9, okay. Whatever. Sticky paste it. Sticky paste. God damn it. There we go. Okay, that's fine. More of these if we can. Alright, we are up to 640. This would be 704. This would be a little more than that. So we need to finish out that row, I think. Let's get more pistons. Any more in here? A lot of them, they just have a bunch of pistons left over from something. I know we're going to need a decent number of surface as well, so we'll leave those in for now. Does look like we're going to have to craft some more, so this is going to be 256, 384 pistons. Not craft. Piston. 384. 6 stacks of iron ingots. Eve literally typed out thumbs up, and I'm not really sure how to feel about that. I just really am not. Let's see, we still need this. No, we're good. Take that. Now, iron ingot. Let's see, we're gonna need to shove these in this barrel here. Then we needed 18 stacks of oak planks, 24 stacks of. This is gonna take a lot of stacks. Oak planks, 18. Well, that's gonna be divided by 4. Doesn't have to be oak, it can be anything. What do I have a lot of that I hate? Not jungle. For a while, I had a ton of acacia. I don't have any woods that I hate, so we'll go ahead and go with dark oak because we have the most of it. So we want 18, that's 4.5 stacks of logs. Thanks, Joseph. I have no shortage of logs, I just have to figure out which ones I don't want to use for other things. Okay. We needed those oak planks, we needed cobblestone, quite a bit of it, and redstone dust. Redstone dust 6 stacks. Cobblestone, a lot. Redstone dust. Piston, okay, we're out of cobble, so grab some more of that. Piston. That time we run out of planks, so we're gonna make more planks. Piston. Have planks, so now we run out of cobble, so cobble. Piston. No piston because we are out of planks. Piston. What are we out of now? Planks. Piston. I just keep saying piston, and that's the word of the stream. Piston. Now out of redstone. Piston. Out of planks. Piston. And we have planks. We're not out. Now out of cobblestone. Piston. Did we do that perfectly? Okay, cool. That's exactly the number of pistons that I wanted. So I'm going to do this now. I'm going to put these away. And that. And put these away. And then we need more slime balls. We need 6 stacks of them. Okay. Make more sticky pistons. 3, 4, 5, 6. And just need 2 more. Slime block and slime block there. Piston and slime. Cool. There's our pistons. Now then. Sticky pistons, white stained glass, 970. About 15 stacks or so. About half a shulker. We're gonna take we're just gonna make up 2 batches, and that should be enough. We need white dye though. We can get that from our river farm. Get this off my chat. This glass is going to be used to run redstone in places where we can't have it conducting down to the block. White glass, and stick down a shulker. White glass going in. And the rest of this glass goes here. Let's see, what else do we need? Not a terminal. We don't need a terminal. We do need 960 I'm glad I did my wheat today. Because we need 960 target blocks and a target. Target block uses a hay bale. So this is 15 stacks, 960. Calc 960. 4, 15 stacks. I don't think I have 15 stacks of hay bales. I'm not sure anybody has 15 stacks of hay bales on this server. Does anybody have, do we know of anybody who has hay bales on this server? Joseph has a wheat farm. I wonder how much wheat it has. I'm going to check. I'm going to steal Joe's wheat. Because I think he has a lot. He has an auto farm. Wonderful job, on my way. I love how it's ask and you shall receive in your game chat. I have good friends. I sometimes make fun of them, but I have good friends. And frankly, I think the reason I have good friends is because I make fun of them to them extent. Oh, right. Check Joe's storage. I also have to come back to my base because despite looking at my materials list, I somehow grabbed just slightly fewer oak leaves than I need. Damn. I am going to try... Oh, check in the basement of the trading hall. Okay. I was going to try flying down the stairs in your base. Another thing you can never do. I think I've only successfully done it once, if that. Trading hall is over here. Joe has built... I don't know about the most elaborate, but I think the largest trading hall on the server. That's a library, which is always classic for these. I'm gonna find my way down to the basement. Like a hidden door around here somewhere that takes you down there. At least I thought. This is the trading hall. There's the basement. I know there's a basement because I've been down there. A Life of Pillaging by Vindicator Diesel. Love it. Let me back wall, he says. Yeah. The hidden doors. Down here, right. Okay. Here's poisonous potatoes. Here's wheat. Joseph is searching all of his chests. I think maybe somebody else had my idea. I think maybe Vex has been here for target box. I'm gonna check the farm. Eh? Following Joseph. Ooh. I'm not sure I knew this existed. What? What? I didn't think I knew this existed. I definitely didn't know about this. Oh my god. Oh. Damn, I took damage. So close. Good job, Joe. Joe, Eve's computer does that to me because she keeps toggle sneak on, and so I'll hit shift and then it's over for me. Oh, perfect. That's quite enough. I only need 15 stacks. And we're good. Thank you so much, sir. This is going to be annoying to craft, though, because 15 stacks of hay bales means we need more waiting. Joe may already have the target blocks, is my guess. That would be wonderful. I'm going to give your hay bales back. I love that this storage is so big you basically have to fly through it. Jesus, it's so big. It's so big that entities don't load at the other end. Perfect. Thank you so much, Joseph. And up we go. Jesus, we're still dropping frames. We made it like an hour into stream before we started dropping, which makes me think it's nothing on my side. Hmm. Okay. Target blocks, honey blocks, 480. I do have a honey farm, and I just figured it out today, so 480 of them, that's 7.5 stacks. I should have that many. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which means we also need that many slime blocks. And that isn't surprising, considering that for each honey block and each slime block, we need 1 target block, so yes. Honey blocks and slime blocks. I think we have enough slime blocks. Okay. Back there, and then this here. Honey white dye can go in the white eye box, and slime blocks. Where does slime? They're in my monster chest. And I need another 8 stacks of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay, there we go. do that. And then slime blocks. Okay, stone. Oh, I picked up the stone bricks from Joe's base. Joe, I have one of your stone bricks. Um, okay, that goes there. And then next on the list, we have our honey box, we have our slime box, we have 457 observers, which is not, this is not quite enough. It's close. But we need elk 457 over 64, 7 stacks, just do. And we have 5 plus. Let's make 2 more stacks of observers. Elk craft observer 120. Cobblestone 12 stacks. But you really go through the cobblestone more than you think when you're building technical builds that have no cobblestone in them. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Amazing, Joe. Are you going to build a hidden door with like pistons, or what are you going to build? Um, there's cobblestone. We got cobblestone. We got nether quartz 2 stacks and redstone dust 4 stacks. Two more stacks of observers. Item cool to do this with pale oak leaves, then do it with pale oak leaves. What are you thinking, Joe? Redstone repeater. 338. About 5 stacks. Pretty substantially more of a pain in my ass since you have 0 of those. I mean, farming leaves can be relaxing if you've got nothing better to do and you just want to play Minecraft. Let's see. Block of redstone. I just got random stuff in here that I need to get rid of. Let's see. I need... Not my turn. I'm struggling. I need repeaters. I need 338 repeaters. I don't think I have that anywhere, so I'm going to have to make them. Elk craft repeater 6 384. 12 stacks of redstone torch. There's going to be 9 stacks plus 12 stacks of is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Put these back. And then I need 12 stacks of sticks. Get this from Nerd. I hate item frames. 12 stacks of sticks. We only need like, because each stack of log produces 8 sticks, so we need a stack and a half of. Okay. Stick and redstone touch. Okay. And then we need stone. 18 stacks. Holy. And then 6 stacks of redstone dust. I'm just gonna grab a shulker of stone here. This is gonna take so many materials. Didn't plan for this. And we need 6 redstone dust. 6 stacks of redstone dust. And a half, or 5.5. Second. And we're back. Sometimes a girl's gotta sneeze. Okay. Take as much stone as we can carry. And repeaterify it. Repeater. Okay, there's the last of our repeaters. Here's 9 stack of stone. We might need to make comparators. We'll leave this here for the moment. Okay, there's our repeaters. We'll put them in here with the target box. And check the list. Piston, regular piston, 287. That'll be 5 stacks. And I just used all the pistons that I had to make sticky pistons, so I'll have to make the regular ones out of something else. Perfect. Elkcraft piston, 300. Stacks 5. So 5 stacks of iron ingots. Four and a half, and then 5. 15 stacks of wood, 20 stacks of... So much cobblestone. I'm gonna have a cobblestone farm. Day 6's cobblestone farm. Oak planks, cobblestone, redstone dust. 5 stacks of redstone dust. Then we just start with the cobblestone. And we needed 15 stacks of planks, which is about that many. It's not that many. Okay. Piston, piston. There's a stack and a half. We need 5 stacks. Which means we need more wood. Okay, there's our pistons. Our cobble. And our plank. We can put them away. Okay, continue. We need, so we have 200, we have the pistons we need. Now we need gray carpets, 270 gray carpet. Easy enough. 278 gray carpet, that's within 5 stacks. And we get gray carpet from wool. And if I remember right, it's 3 per 2? Yes. So we need like 5 stacks, which means we're gonna get 6 stacks. It's a little bit more than we need, but it's 4 and a, how do we end up with 4.5 stacks from, oh, I'm an idiot, that's why. 278. This is probably enough, actually. Just shove it in here. Okay, next step. Gray carpet powered rail, 150. We're under 3 stacks, folks. We're getting into the small time items. God, I have so many detector rails that I made by accident one time, and I can't quite get rid of them. Oh, crap. Powered rail, 192. 32 sticks. Which means 16 woods. 32 sticks, 3 stacks of gold ingots, and 32 redstone. Okay. Powered rail, note blocks, 145. I have some note blocks here. That's still going to be like 3 stacks, so Calcraft, note block, 128. I need 2 more. 16 stacks of oak planks, and burning through the wood here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 stacks of redstone. I find this annoying. This redstone crafting. 64. Okay, but we can probably just get all of this at once. There we go. Notebook. Notebook. We take these notebooks as well, then have enough. Smooth stone slab, 20. Probably have that here. I do have a stone cut. Okay. Redstone comparator 2. Waxed oxidized copper bulb. I have copper bulbs. Gonna unwax them real quick. Let them oxidize. Put this back. I don't need it. Okay. Redstone comparators in my chest, and then we have a lever somewhere. Okay, we're gonna get that shulker of. Let's see if I can. Okay, we're gonna go get our shulker of. Redstone. We're gonna get shulker of smooth stone. That's what I'm trying to say. There's melter. And I think that's it for resource gathering. We can just go back to the basements and get everything, and then we'll be good to go. Whee! This one goes here. Good stuff, that's stuff. Junk. More junk. More junk. Stone. This can go down with stone in the basement. My basement has a basement. Deal with it. I need to combine those eventually, but not right now. Smooth stone. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Welcome in, Tiny Mouse. We are building a powder snow farm. Okay, let's check the list. Cauldron, we check. Redstone dust, check. Smooth stone, check. Sticky piston, check. White stained glass, target block, honey block, slime block, observer, redstone repeater piston, gray carpet, powered rail. Note block, stone, smooth stone slab, redstone comparator, waxed oxidized copper bowl. We'll get that. Lever. Okay, we have everything we need. Except the copper bowls, which will eventually oxidize. Time to go build a powder snow farm. Finally. How's your evening, Tiny Mouse? What are you up to? You crocheting again? trying to give her my forearms a rest and I'm reading instead. I mean, depending on how you're reading, that doesn't always give your forearms a rest. Like if you're trying to read in bed, that sucks because you can't get comfortable. Like if you try to read on your back, you gotta hold the book up, and then your arms hurt. Oh, it's interesting. So you can lay on your side and read. Oh man, so much. There we go. Okay. Also, I'm sitting up in bed with the tablet in my lap. Uh, okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to dig this out across the whole way. Actually, the first thing we need to do is do I not have where's my redstone dust shulker? Might not have it. No, I have it. Oh, that's slightly okay. We need a little bit more, but that's okay. Um, other than that, we do have everything. So these are in the ender, and we have a little bit more redstone dust in the ender chest, so that'll work out just fine. What we're gonna do is we're gonna find a place to put our shulkers for this madness. We'll put them out here. Redstone dust on my cauldrons. Go first. One. I have so many cauldrons. I designed this farm with 7,968 cauldrons. But it didn't work, and so now it has over 10,000 cauldrons. I also did a lot of other redesigning, but the it's the 10,000 cauldrons that made it work. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Okay, there we go. Here's our supplies. I'm going to stick the copper bulbs out. So what I'm digging out right now, I'm digging out the channel for the redstone line that's going to sink the two sides of the farm. Because the pistons have to fire at the same time, or close to the same time. Otherwise, the cauldrons will get stuck all over the place. So this redstone line takes care of synchronizing them. Okay. There we go then. all below. And we'll knock this down. I hate that you can't just hold this. You should be able to hold the page down button to scroll through the levels in Mathematica. That's like the one bug that I don't understand why it's still in there. It's such a simple fix. Cool. Alright, we just need the cool. We just need the smooth stone and the redstone and the repeaters. Smooth stone, redstone, and a handful of repeaters. Set a hotkey for layers set here. Fair enough. That'll probably work, but I'm a little bit... Oh, that's so brilliant. I would probably set it to M plus home because I have M plus... No, I would just set it to home. That's brilliant, Joe. Alright, so that's what we'll do. Let's see. Options. No. Mathematica configuration, hotkeys, layer set. Going to be the home key. Joseph? You're brilliant. Oh, the reason that I decided not to make it... oh, that's a no. Okay, hang on. We're going back to our single player world here, and we're going to reset the farm to its base state. And then recapture the schematic. I said... Oh no. Just do that. There we go. Now it's in its base state where it could be built. Okay. Why am I stuck? Alright, editor. Save nope, that's what I want. Save schematic. Shift this one. Okay, now when we go back to this world, it should be... One of the things that I didn't know was a feature, but I just guessed it might be when looking for it. Yep. Fair enough. Alright. You know, some people say that they've been having trouble with their, and I don't know if this is the case for me personally, but some people say that they've been having trouble with Spectrum modems overnight because that's when they test, because they're trying to roll out symmetric speed for everybody, which is very nice of them, but it does also mean sometimes Go away. They do their like testing for it overnight, and so that can cause problems for people. That I want my white stained glass. In fact, all of the stained glass is gone on this level, so I'm just gonna grab a lot of it. It's probably not necessary actually, but I got it, so we're putting it. Yeah, I don't know, Eve. I don't know, Joseph. I mean, I could try to get my own modem because I went there last night to get a Spectrum modem. Because mine was super old. Mine was old CM700 by Netgear. That's a DOCSIS 3 modem. And so the one that I got last night is a DOCSIS 3.1, which is a more modern standard. But of course, it's the Spectrum default thing, so it can't be good. Why would it be good? We cannot have nice things here. Forgot all about that until you said that, but I saw something about that on Reddit while I was looking for a solution to another problem. I think I was looking at Reddit as well. You know, I did all of this because I had an idea. Monavale and Powerchuck built a blaze farm that I discovered when I was heading up the nether tunnels. And it would kill the blazes faster if it had powder snow in it. And it needed 4 powder snow. And so naturally I said I could go get 4 powder snow, or I could build a farm. And the farm sounds interesting, so we're going to do that. So yes, we do. We also have at least one fortress farm, which is owned by Bats. And because Bats has a store, Bats has a shop in the shopping district for the products of his farm. I don't steal from that farm. I do get to choose which for. Maybe. Joseph, did you get the explanation for why I'm building these? What I had to do is, originally the the cauldrons were pushed along, and they would move over observers, which would push them further along. But I think you know what went wrong with that one. I think you know what went wrong with that approach. Yes, that's what went wrong. Yep. It worked fine until I tried to test it with snow. Worked perfectly well until I actually tried to, get some powder snow with it. Yes, it was. I'm glad I decided to test it with snow before I built it in survival. That would have been horrible. So now I have these long redstone lines to sink everything instead. Oh boy. Could have so many cauldrons to place. It's not even funny. More stone. Most of the stone goes down there on the bottom layer. And a little bit more glass, and there's the rest of the glass. I think this is the only place we need glass. We don't need it above this layer. I think. Go. That's kind of cool. All right. Keep building. Most of this is gonna have to go. Got those and got those. And we got those. So we have to go up to at least here. With we have to go to at least this level. Might be prudent to go ahead and set up a cauldron, or not a cauldron, a beacon again. I'll do that. Alright. Collect these blocks because I'm a block collecting fool. And then what we're actually going to do is we're going to go put a bunch of this stuff back in the shulkers. And then we're going to collect. We're going to set up a beacon. A chest. Says beacon box. Let's see, and where does the beacon need to go? We want it to go in a spot where it's not really in the way. Which would probably be down there, but that would leave it unable to help us at this end. Oh, that's really not much stone. We'll just knock our way through it. It was Mambo that did some math. Did some math on when it makes sense to set up a beacon. Based on, like, he measured how much time that it took him to mine blocks with and without a beacon, and how much time it took him to set up a beacon. And he found that the beacon setup. Oh. At the time, he would break even on the time that he took to set up a beacon. After about not as many blocks as you would expect. It was only about 600 blocks. There we go. I guess we may as well just go back a few more. Because if we look at this, do we want this to be? Because these have to be up here. Do we want this to be all the way back, or do we want it to be here? Or do we want this snow here, this terrain, to butt up directly against this, or do we want it to be a straight line? I am inclined. I mean, we can always mine out the rest of it later, so. I'm inclined to go ahead and do that then. That's not what I want. What I actually want is this. We're going to mark that there. We're going to mark it here. Actually, we need a little bit over. When did Lurk learn to catch up on YouTube sub stuff? How's stream been behaving? It's been better, but it's behaving well enough that people seem to be able to watch it, so I'm annoyed, but it's not the end of the world. Welcome back. We are making good progress. Do I need? I do need. Okay. Rid of this. And then that should be sufficient. What's gonna go here? It's just air. Okay, cool. That will be sufficient for that. Okay. We have placed the first blocks, Mihakula, of this farm, but we still have to place. We're now mining out the little bit that still needs to be mined out. Means this. And we're going to take these as well. Only 10,000 more blocks? Only 10,000 more cauldrons. It's definitely more than 10,000 more blocks. Alright. there. And there. I should get rid of that ice because that is a tragedy waiting to happen. But otherwise, this should nicely handle pretty much everything. I am just going to mine that out real quick. There we go. That will eventually freeze, but that's fine. Okay, this is good. And then we can take this back. Start here. Go back 2 blocks. So which YouTubers are catching up on Mihakula? I'm curious. I do wonder if this is taking me longer than it would just take to get rid of everything, but I'm a perfectionist. Various channel subsets too. One of them is Mappy Arcade Restoration to add to their arcade. So like somebody like restoring old arcade games. Uh, they had an old Mappy Arcade game. I'm not familiar with that, but they had an old Mappy Arcade game. And while the game itself was in pretty good shape, the cabinet needed some TLC. I do wonder because, yeah, I didn't know if Mappy was the game or the manufacturer or what. Um, cool. I know this sort of question isn't always easy to answer, but if you have an answer, what do you find so interesting about these arcade games? used to go to arcades and also like the idea of keeping older devices and stuff out of landfills. Both noble pursuits. I don't think that's alive for those old arcades that the restored games are coming from. I've only been to like newer ones where you it's just like a computer in a cabinet. That's this as well. So when you used to go to arcades, what were some of your favorite games? Oh, interesting. So is this an arcade where they have like their restored games? Or is it something different? If you're ever in Texas. Pride Beach is from Texas. We have another viewer. His name is Pride Beach. He was here a minute ago. And he lives in Texas, famously. I do not know if this is going to be worth it, to be honest with you. I really don't. I have 5 more to go. They have a lot of older arcade machines, pinball machines, and retro machines like old consoles, Atari NES, etc. Computers, Atari 400 and C64. Okay, 2 things. Number 1, pinball machines. So we were talking about the like ones with the physical ball. Because I've never played this. I've only played like honestly the only pinball I've really played is 3D Space Cadet pinball from Windows XP. So it's a fun time. But okay, so actual ball, that's cool. And then the other thing I was gonna say is that I used to play this game. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a link in the chat. This game studio called Blitwise. Blitwise, and the word blit is taken from a word in game development, which is used to mean when you take a texture or sprite and you copy it onto the display buffer. So that is what the blit means. And so I think we're mined out. We're going to the other side now. So anyway, he made some PC games that I used to play a lot, like DX Ball, for example, which is a classic breakout game. Wait a second. Okay, we're good. Where you bounce the ball and try to destroy the bricks and try to not drop the ball in the void. Um, but anyway, so this guy, he wrote PC games, but he got his start on the Amiga, I believe. It was either the Commodore 64 or the Amiga. Um, yes, but the original DX ball, that's Super DX ball. The original DX ball is free. And the Super DX ball is also free, you just get fewer boards. So anyway, I spent a lot of time playing his games when I was younger. Okay, this basically has to go out all the way back. This one may need a beacon. And I also need to be mined a little bit higher. Okay. There was a time that I really thought his game Neon Wars was really interesting. I don't know that it's that interesting of a game in terms of its mechanics. It's pretty simple, but for one thing, it's really pretty. Yes, I did play them on Windows. I never had the because most of the games on that site, there's a link on that site to the classic site where you can look at his old stuff, but the stuff on the new site is all PC games. It's always weird to me to think about a time when the PC was just another platform, and making a game for it wasn't a foregone conclusion. Like, if you're going to make a game for a personal computer today, it's going to be for the IBM PC. But back then, it was a different time. And you had all these different options. This is going up 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Alright. Neon Wars V1.11a shareware edition. You don't see shareware much anymore. This guy was a believer in it. He has not been active much lately. I don't think he's done anything to speak of. But I don't know if he just moved on with life or what. C64 and Amiga, so it was both of them. I was double right. Honestly, I mean, I think a lot of people, when they think about those old machines, they think about their processing power and the limitations, of their memory and their CPU. But for me, what I think about is the lack of modern toolchains, the lack of modern language supporting or pilot support, and no modern IDE to write your code in. I think that would be the biggest struggle for me. So Miyako says he does use Sublime Text, which is kind of shareware. Not feature limited, but they do ask you to pay for lessons every so often. When you save it, it pops up a reminder, but I rarely see that notice. Yeah. Sublime Text, I think, is from Mac, right? That's the weird thing about Mac text editors. They're all shareware. All the good ones, anyway. You don't really see that in the PC world so much. I did grab them already. Oh, I'm efficient. Sublime Text is cross-platform. Okay. Dirt. Glass. And stone. Okay, this I'm gonna need. Still, really, it's not that much. Okay. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. I think it started on the Mac. Okay. A lot of the popular Mac text editors are either popular free editors that are cross-platform or something you straight up pay for. Like BB Editor, Text Wrangler. I used to use Text Wrangler, but I used the free edition back when I used a Mac for everything. Same that has been discontinued now, or had been as of however many years it's been. I didn't have a Mac for many years because I felt like I was always working around things. Like for a while, I was really into system administration, and so I was running a Windows domain in my house and everything. Um, and during that part of my life, I always felt like Mac, I was working around something. And so after being on Mac through most of college, I went back to Windows. Um, and then I went to Linux. But I was so intrigued by the Apple Silicon platform that I got myself an M2 MacBook Air. And it is very good. I think I would still find it problematic if I were still trying to do the same things that I did back then. But as it is, it's just a really good laptop. I think Apple does laptop displays and trackpads better than anybody else. And if you can do those two things, you've kind of mastered the laptop. The only other thing is the keyboard, which is better than, like, Apple had several years of problematic Mac keyboards, but they're better. I do see a Mac OS version, but never tried that one. I started using it on Linux. Wouldn't mind a MacBook, but they're so expensive compared to the comparable non-Mac laptop. It depends. See, because the PC market is so big, you find different players in that market taking different approaches because they have to compete. So you find one manufacturer just trying to stuff as many specs in there as they can without worrying about build quality, for example, or like how well that thing is actually going to perform. So if you have, like, for example, maybe they throw an i7 in there so that they can say it has an i7, but they don't invest in adequate cooling, or they don't, so it ends up throttling, or they use really slow memory or a terrible SSD. those are all things that they can skimp on. And so when you're looking at comparable, you really do have to look at more than just the specs, more than just that first spec sheet, to understand what you're getting, and to really get the equivalent of a Mac in build quality and just build quality physically and build quality in terms of the stuff that's not on the spec list. You have to spend more money. I did put 3,500 in my current laptop because I maxed out the specs, but I can fully repair anything in it, even the GPU. So those laptops, I think they're really cool. I really do. But there's never been a standard form factor for laptop GPUs, and so you're basically at the manufacturer's mercy, where you can replace the parts in theory, but they get really hard to find, and upgrading them is not really an option. Unless you've got something special I don't know about. You do have Framework, you said. And Framework is really conscious about making their stuff maintainable. I guess I'm curious. I always felt like Framework was, as much as I like the concept, I always felt like Framework was kind of gimmicky. Joseph says the butterfly switch keyboards on the Mac during that god-awful window of time was the reason I switched to Windows. Put off replacing my MacBook, waiting for them to fix that, and then just give up. Well, maybe it's time to come back. I don't know. Will you be looking at a Mac when you replace your computer next? Do you come back now? But the keyboard makes or breaks the entire MacBook for me as the writer. Have you tried the keyboard on the new M series Macs? I thought this wasn't much stone. I always think that, I guess. It does look like we're getting to the end of it. They feel much better and more like what I'd expect for a MacBook. I feel like the MacBook kind of peaked in 2012, at least for a while. There was a peak in 2012, because those 2012 MacBooks, everybody was using them forever. That was right before Retina came out. And, then... Oh, we're almost there. Okay, cool. That's 2 more blocks. Glad I checked. And those things were surprisingly usable for a surprisingly long amount of time. Especially if you threw an SSD in there. And people made all sorts of conversion kits where you could, like, take the optical drive out and use it for something else. In Apple lands. I have never really been an Apple geek to that extent. Like, I've never been the person who hangs on Apple's every release. I was interested in the M series because it's a departure from x86, and I'm hoping that that takes hold in the PC world as well. I don't know how that's going to work. I think it'll happen eventually. I think that the power efficiency advantages of ARM are just too great. But we're not there yet. The disc doubler. I don't know about that. I just know there were generic ones that I could buy. You know, I've repaired my share of those when I was working at the IT help desk in college. And the ribbon cables would always go bad. So the laptop wouldn't see the hard drive anymore. I'd have to get the new ribbon cable. Doubler apps trying to make your drive have more space left. God, I watched a YouTube video recently about an app that was available for the PC that, like a very early PC, like Windows 3.1 era, that claimed to, didn't actually do anything. They got sued for it. But it claimed that it would make your, it would double your amount of RAM that was available. Seems like forever ago. Don't remember what it was called on Windows. Of course, now we don't even need an app because we just have downloadmoreram.com, and you can just download more RAM, and then your computer will have more RAM. Ah, drive space. What did that do? Just defragment it? Clean up temporary files? Stuff like that? Or is it a compression app? Yeah, Joe. And I definitely used those, but those little caddies for your drive, your optical bay, but I never had a brand name one. Oh, RAM doesn't what it says on the tin. But what a name. I think it claimed to use some like proprietary compression algorithm or something to compress your RAM so that you'd have more usable space. Which compressing your RAM is a terrible idea because the point of RAM is to have access times as fast as possible, and you will lose more performance by your compression algorithm than you would gain from having more RAM space by a lot. RAM Doubler is a utility for Windows 3.1 that uses advanced resource management and memory compression techniques to allow more applications to run side by side. That sounds right. Hear me out. You can make RAM doubler compress the RAM even more often by removing half of your RAM. efficiency life hacks. I can't argue with that. C. Yes, Miharkila, you can do that. Ram nibbler? You mean a sheep? Oh no. That's more ram time and a halfer, if I'm following your meaning. Actually, no, it wouldn't be. I don't know. I'm tired. Into mining. Okay, beacon time. I'm not putting up with this. I got to the point where I decided whenever I got a new computer, I got these at 3202. I need to get down to 3150-ish. 3250, I guess. Okay. Beacon box. Cool. Three. When I got my current laptop, though, I thought 16 would probably be good, 32 better. Max officially supported is 64, so I got that. Now 96 is supported. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Never heard of more than 64 gigabytes in a consumer machine. Using 33% of it, that sounds more like it. And here's the thing, modern operating systems will use most of the RAM that you give them, regardless of how much. Because RAM that is just sitting there not being used isn't getting your money's worth. So instead, they use it for caching files. The game running, I'm mapping out for the game, 5 tabs on Firefox and Discord. Alright. This. And paste 2. That's mine. Come on. There we go. Sadly, the mapping app only works on Windows, so if I was on Linux, the game ultimately runs better. It's interesting. I have that experience with Minecraft, actually. The exact same hardware. If I do a bit Windows, Minecraft runs noticeably better on Linux. So which game, Mihakula? The only game I care about is Minecraft, which has mapping apps in abundance. Oh, so you were telling me about Lilia earlier. The one that distracted you from the one true game. Don't even need a third-party map for Minecraft? You do if you want to have a map for it. Like, unless you're thinking of something else. Technically mods are third-party maps, yeah. I mean, not a separate program running. Alrighty, we need a new pickaxe. We're gonna need a new shovel. Cool. At least we have pickaxes. I've seen both from Minecraft mapping apps. There's mods and then there's separate programs that run on your world folder. I think the older ones were separate programs and then people implemented them as mods. Chunk base. Chunk base is not what I would think of as a mapping app in terms of like it's not going to map your world, but chunk base is cool. Chunk base is cool as heck. Love chunk base. I don't know, I might light up the area under this farm because I don't really want it accumulating snow all the time. We'll see. But in the end, most of it's going to be covered by cauldrons anyway, so. MC out of the world painter. I feel like MC edit is very out of date. I don't know if that's actually true, but I seem to recall that it hasn't been updated in a long time. Wait, Joe, have you been farming shulkers? That's not what I wanted. I don't know what amulet does. Be curious to know. World's Painter is cool. That's why broken ass shulker from the Vex occasionally uses as a mob switch. Fair enough. We'll do a slight bit of terraforming here. Your rain. It must be near a rain. Oh, it's a river biome. I imagine it's going to get hard to care about external tools like that with things like Axiom now. Um, so I've seen a decent amount of YouTube content from people that use that sort of tool, and they're using a little bit of everything. So what I mean by that is that I'm going to knock this off and make it move with that. Things like Axiom. They're using Axiom, but in conjunction with World Painter, because World Painter has some very terrain-specific features that maybe Axiom doesn't have. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Plus, like, I feel like it's easier to do certain things without the game running. World Painter is probably the most specialized of these old tools. I have never used it. Even that can be more effectively replaced with 3D modeling software and converted to a schematic. I don't know. I honestly don't know because I think that some there's some Minecraft even as there's some terrain specific stuff that makes it not entirely replaced by Axiom. I think there's also some Minecraft specific stuff that would make it difficult to replace it with 3D modeler. I absolutely did, Joe, and then I spent the next 3 years chasing it down for the world download. I heard. I hope Born is doing well. He hasn't been heard from in quite some time. Yeah, that happens. Okay, let's get rid of our beacon. I'm really glad that snow doesn't break things like redstone. That would be awful. How's the farm coming, Joe? The under. Excellent. Yes, I did get it. I saw that question now. I did get the world download. It is sitting on my NAS. I have a NAS, but without the N or the A. So you have an S. That's what I'm hearing. Two external drives with identical copies of backup data. I mean, it's better than no backup. I have a NAS and I have it set up to replicate itself to Backblaze B2. And the reason that I have that is that's oxidizing. The reason that I have that, let's see, let me make a chest. Oh yes, Joe. Oh yeah. Do I have wood anywhere that I can use? Okay. That's fine. I'll just stick him here. Dirt. Grass block. Stone, 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 stone. Dirt. And junk. But yes, I have a NAS and then I have two shares on it, and one of those shares is set up to replicate itself to Backblaze B2. And that way I have both an on-site backup in case the cloud turns evil, and a cloud backup in case my house burns down. Much better than my backup system. I have a very small subset of data on cloud. I mean, I don't think that backup practices should look the same for everyone. You have to decide what your risk tolerance is, what it would mean to you to lose certain data, and what you're willing to pay to keep it. For me, it's pretty inexpensive to keep the data that's important to me. So, for example, on my NAS, I have a bunch of like files from when I was younger that I made, and those I want to keep. And so those get backed up to cloud. But my stream archives, I record every stream on my computer so that I can record it in full HD and with chat. And those recordings I save to my NAS. But I don't. I save the recordings to my NAS, but not the cloud side, because they're on YouTube. And so it would cost me a decent amount of money to back them up to B2. YouTube is free. And so they're on YouTube and they're on my NAS, and I consider that acceptable. My cloud is that equal G overlord Google? You do what you gotta do. I don't think any of us can fully afford Google. I have a Gmail account. And you know, Google Drive is accessible for people, and I'd rather have their data be backed up than not. Jen is someone who has a grandfathered Google Drive account from before it was available to the public, and uses it for everything, including the drive so they can connect to their Flex server. So they have like 10 terabytes of movies on it. Are they like... Do there used to be unlimited storage? I don't know. The other problem with cloud backups is that if you don't have a fiber connection, if you have like a regular cable internet, then it sucks because you don't have upload. So, wait a second. Where's that chunk of the schematic? We're missing some schematic here. Oh no, we're not. There was an account you could get at the very beginning with an unlimited storage option for basically nothing a month. God, that's like when... That's like those unlimited airline passes that you could buy for like $250,000 that the airlines hate now. But there's a couple of people that have them. Reminds me of downloading Linux distros on a laptop or dial-up before ISOs were a thing. My parents wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me download distros on dial-up for one thing because the connection would hang out before I finished. But for another, they didn't want to lose their phone for that long. And so I remember when I downloaded Fedora, one of the old versions of Fedora, I had to go to I did it while I was at my grandparents' house because my grandfather had he had cable, and so I could download it. And I burned it onto CDs and took it home with me. Good times. Overnight to download a set of files, only for something to happen and have them not be usable after. I had to like schedule time with my parents to I had to like schedule time with my parents to download a compiler so I could learn programming. So I wanted a C compiler. And so I found a compiler I wanted to download, and then it was a couple hundred megabytes. So excellent, Dave. Good to see you. How's your game night? Yeah, so I wanted to download this compiler, and it was a couple hundred megabytes, and so I downloaded it. Finally, I got permission to download the damn thing. And I was so excited for the download to finish, and it didn't work because I got the LLVM compiler. Um, and of course, at that age, I didn't know what LLVM was, except that it didn't work for me. And so I had to wait until I could download again. I got the native GCC compiler for my platform. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I know. We can download files in the gigabytes and not think twice about it. Yeah, for sure. Really nice. You're gonna love hearing how it went. I've learned that every employee at the store is LGBTQ. That's excellent. Love to hear that. I had some pharmacy in college, but I've forgotten everything from that time. I remember being a very easy class. Um, so when I was in school, when I was in college, I was a computer science major, and the I was in the engineering because I was in the engineering dorm because um, it was part of the College of Engineering. I wanted to stay in a different dorm. I wanted to stay in the dorm that I had happened to tour when I was on campus. Um, Everyone said that it was the most fun. I learned that that was because it was the party dorm. I would not have considered it fun, but it had rave reviews at the time, and so I wanted to live there. They assigned me to the engineering dorm, which was much better because I got to be with people that I actually understood and that um, also closer to my classes. So that was good, but I also lived with a bunch of engineers who were not computer science people, and they all had to take this class called C++ for engineers, and so they would all ask for my help because I actually understood how to do it. Um, so I was like the go-to person for everybody who didn't know how to program. Everybody who had to take a programming class but wasn't a computer science major, and hell, some of the computer science majors too. Um, Joseph says, or let's see, Eve says, I had a really nice experience with one of the people, a guy named Levi. Asked about my pronouns in regard to me being misgendered by another player, and then he spent the night actually correcting people for me. That's wonderful. I hear Tom Arnold was a troublemaker when he went to the college he went to. I feel like that's, I guess, a famous person. I don't know who it is, though. Um, it's a really nice place full of kind people and good amount of allies who actually stand up for you. That's amazing. I'm really glad that you found that place. Okay, we need observers, we need redstone, we need repeaters, we need a bunch of target blocks. I remember mostly from True Crime. He played the partner to Arnold Schwarzenegger's character. That guy somehow leveraged his movie stardom into the governorship of California, is my understanding. And then apparently did a pretty decent job. Um, Eve says she just Google Maps and saw a game store nearby that was tagged LGBTQ owned. Oh yeah. So this is when you were looking for a place to play the League game. Um, where's my tag box? Some cauldrons as well. Need rails. In fact, all of the rails are on this level. As well as a few note blocks. I have target blocks. Too many of them. Let's see, let me put the note blocks back and grab that last target block instead. Okay, target blocks. It was just on the lunch weekend. I was trying to find an event to go play at. Well, I'm really glad you found that place. It sounds like just in your short time there, you've definitely had a better experience than you did at the LGBTQ center. Aside from the fact that I'm... Alright, Miraculous, thanks for dropping by. We'll see you another time. So Eve says, aside from the fact that I'm at you at a game night, this has been a more successful endeavor for finding friends, to have fun and make friends. Find a place to have fun and make friends. I'm really glad. So, Eve, I don't know if you were here when I was explaining this, but the old design for this farm had observers that would help to push the... They would detect when the cauldrons moved, and then they would push them further along. They would trigger the pistons to push them farther along. Problem was that the observers... The problem was that the cauldrons had filled with snow and triggered the observers at the wrong time, and then the cauldrons would get messed up. So it worked perfectly fine as long as there was no snow. As soon as it snowed, which is what the farm was designed for, then it would break. So, very fun. Eve says that Levi is somebody that she's going to try to befriend. Good guy, knows League and Warhammer. Does he have similar preferences in Warhammer books? Because I know you've told me there's a big range of them. Something for everyone except me. Yeah, actually, yeah, I really mentioned a book he bought on eBay that it was his favorite one. And it's the one from my top 10 that I couldn't get for a decent price. There was one that you had, that was actually like 3 books, but all bound together in one, and you said that it would have been too expensive to get them separately. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about. That one was 20 for the 3 is one book and 150 for the 3 separate books. Holy crap. It's too much to spend on books. Unless you're in college, in which case it's still too much to spend on books, but you do it anyway. Yeah. This is just a single book from the same author, and it's a $60 to $100 for a paperback. Is it out of print or something? I believe I paid $700 for the collector editions. Incredible. So I'm curious, actually, how many Warhammer authors are there? Because I know there's like hundreds of books or something, but how many authors? Do you have to like apply to be a Warhammer author? Or like, how does that work? Is there like a council of Warhammer that approves the books that people write? Like, there are definitely like 20 that I'm familiar with, but there have probably been a lot more over the years. A lot of authors. I think you probably apply somehow. I actually have no clue how you get hired to write books for them. I mean, I obviously don't either. I wonder if it's anything like how you do it for Star Wars, which I also don't know how you do it for Star Wars, but I know they have a similar thing where a lot of books written by different people. Whenever Joe says so basically, he was about to say something egregious. Just know that. There's a 60-book series that it has like all 15 of the really active authors in it. Interesting. Did they like collab on it, or was it just like, oh, every author happened to write in the same continuity? There must be an overall outline because they basically have the authors write sequential books. Okay. Joe has not said whatever it was he was going to say, and I don't know if I scared him out of it or if he just has to finish typing. We are going to get them all, yes. Of course, it's a subject you know about, Joe. How could I have doubted you? Okay, we have that. Now we can put the brails on. Um, Joe knows a lot about this. I'm taking his word for that. He was super excited, and we were all waiting with bated breath for Joe to bestow upon us his knowledge. Okay, we need more glass and more. Yeah, more glass, more. Yeah. Oh, it's not actually glass. I'm an idiot. Very little feels as good as getting home and being able to take off your outdoor outfit after like 12 hours. True, and I think that we had a very specific, at least I had a very specific version of that for a couple of years. Because there was a while where I'd have to go out on boy mode all day, and that was awful. And then I'd go home and I didn't have to boy mode anymore. Take off my boy moding clothes. And that was always nice. Let's see, where's the. Hmm. Oh, because that's part of the next thing. That's a problem. That shouldn't have been that way. Shouldn't have been in the schematic. Mm, So there are some more. Right now we need redstone and repeaters and yeah, for now it's gonna be redstone and repeaters. Eve is so done. There. Oh no. Eve played a total of 5 games. Snow. That's why I'm building a snow farm. Yes, Eve played a total of 5 games. And she said that she had her first 2v2, which is fun. One of them took an hour and a half of really complex play. Did you win? Did you win any of these games? Because if you didn't win any, then I'm going to need you to leave my chat because we only have winners here. I am sorry to say that, but it is true. This is so freaking. Eve went 50-50. Well, then she can be 50% in this stream. I'm tough but fair. The first game was really me helping Artemis learn to play, so I was more focused on him than myself. Okay. You said Artemis did pretty good. He won a couple of games, so he's allowed to this stream. Joseph is still typing, and I am becoming more and more afraid as we speak. He won his second game all by himself. He's a fast learner. I'm sure you're a good coach as well. I guess, Eve, do you feel like your deck is working the way you want it to, or do you think you still have some refinements to make? Half what I would call my main deck that is working pretty well, except for the fact that less than 5 cards I would need cost me over $200 at the moment. For the last like 5 cards. That's a lot. Oh, this is the comparators. Oh, compare. Well, I'm sure if you keep showing up and then meet enough friends that people will give you the cards. It's way too much. Then I have a meme deck, which has won me a lot of games, but only in 4-player free-for-all matches. We love a meme deck. Second good deck I'm making for Artemis that I haven't actually played yet. So, a second good deck, is it the same, like the same composition, or are you doing something different? Doing something different. Artemis actually has a favorite League character. He doesn't play. He has a favorite one. So I'm making a deck with that character for him. Oh, thank goodness, it finally stopped snowing. As soon as this is done, we wanted to snow, but before then, good lord. You know, I wonder. Oh, that won't help. Never mind. It's just placing all this redstone on this blocks. That is gonna be a total nightmare. And it's gonna break my shovel. Ugh. You want me to come break snow for you? You're welcome to. That would be very helpful. I don't know if you have a working shovel. Although Joe has finished the new Enderman farm, so maybe you can fix your shovels. Eve doesn't have the brain power for much, but she can clear snow. Sounds like a good use of the brain power she does have. Oh boy. We're gonna have to read out whatever Joe posts. Oh god. We're less than halfway done. I think Joe is now trying to break up his dissertation into um, bits that will actually fit in the Twitch message. Alright. Mega brands like Star Wars and probably Warhammer will often do big contract deals with huge publishing companies, with the relationships of the stores and authors to keep books in the pipeline and to keep books on the shelves. Most big IP holding brands don't know how to do that for themselves, so it's a better bet for them to give publisher contracts to manage the publishing side of it and get writers for the series involved. But the actual material is still managed by the IP subsidiary. They look for already published genre authors, people with a track record, or writers recommended by other writers and editors, and those people get invited to pitch or test for a contract. Usually, these are people who have done other tie-in brand work, like working on successful comics, board games, RPGs, anime series, etc., where they've adapted some other successful property. So I guess, I mean, this would apply for everybody, but it would be difficult to get into this, I guess, if they're already looking for experience. Almost always, these authors are getting work for hire contracts and then getting a commission. They're being scouted to write a specific story that's already defined to some extent, not to just figure out what they want to do with the IP. As they write that story, the IP side of the business handles making sure their stuff complies with the company vision, whatever planned story progression the brand is building up, etc. Please don't feel like you have to read that out loud. I just did. Anyway, TLDR, it's basically the antithesis of the people who come up with a book idea of their own and pitch it to an editor. Okay, gotcha. So who's then writing the outline? Who's coming up with the overall direction for it? Want a shovel? If you have one. Cool. I'll just give you my box. I have a box. Give me my laundry here. Oh, that's not what I want. Fox. It's extremely competitive for a number of reasons. Some of the big ones are the high likelihood of high profile brand association, good commissions, and building a kind of good long term relationship that doesn't really exist in other forms of publishing. That makes sense. Um, Definitely makes sense. Am I out of? God damn it. At least I'll have snow layers for days. Although honestly, snow layers don't go as far as you wish they would. Okay, so let's get the snow layers off this. So we're good on Peters. Leave Redstone Nest. Okay. Warhammer is probably only different in the fact that they have their own publishing company, Black Librarians. They probably just do other things to describe themselves. Okay. The people who are coming up with what a writer should write are usually the people on the IP management side of the company, which is also deciding things like make a Saturday morning cartoon and make an action figure line. Basically, oversight of all the different aspects of monetizing a brand that's already become successful through its big primary thing it's known for. But I mean, in theory, you'd want the people that made it successful also still having some creative direction. Like, you want like Mr. Warhammer, the guy who wrote the first Warhammer book. Um, you'd want him involved, right? And I know there's no Mr. Warhammer. It's just me being silly. They have creative direction within the direction that the ship is already moving in. But I just feel like you said oversight of all the different aspects of monetizing a brand. I feel like the people that know how to monetize a brand are not the people that understand what makes the brand special. Like, I would think there would have to be different people involved. John A. Warhammer. Okay. Preemptively muting my game so I can hear you. Yeah, I always turn down my volume when I go to the ender. There are different aspects to monetize the brand as well. Before you can do the mechanical things that print the money, you have to have an overarching story direction and some idea creatively of how all those different media can fit under that plan. And Joe, I think that's kind of what you do. Like not for creative, but for not for like that kind of IP, but for company's marketing strategy. So for a company like Lucasfilm, when the expanded universe was at its peak, it was extremely story driven at the top. It's kind of what I do. My knowledge of how Lucasfilm did this in the 90s has directly affected how I do my job. I mean, it's cool that you have that knowledge. It's cool that your clients can benefit from it. Doing a sales pitch for Joe's company on stream. Do a shout out here. Everybody go here if you need some content strategy. Along with some similar dynamics in Hollywood around how creative artists agency operated creatively. What is creative artists agency? Is that like a... I mean, I would assume that it's just an agency representing creative artists, but that doesn't quite make sense in this case. Joe is rewriting his whole website, which he does periodically. You know, Joe wrote this whole thing that I really liked on Instagram several years back now. He wrote this piece about how he had been on the verge of shutting down his business, and he had canceled his domain registration. And on the very last day, Eve, I'm not sure, but you can change that right in settings. But yes, on the very last day before the domain deletion went through and he couldn't recover it, he canceled it. And he didn't really do anything with it for a while. But when he was ready to come back to it, he wrote this piece on his Instagram about how the year that happened was the year that his business wasn't allowed to die. And I read that thing a couple of years later after I met him. And I messaged him about how much I liked that piece, and he said, well, this is the year that it's going to die, because I've gone W2. And it turns out that that was not the case. I don't think that he could ever... Honestly, don't think that I could see him letting go of that permanently. So when it was founded that the concept as we know today didn't really exist, and Hollywood operated extremely differently. Good to know. Even though I said that I never stopped presenting myself as an operator of that professionally. Yeah, for sure. I don't think Joe has ever been, and this is Joe would disagree with this, but this is my perception. Joe has never really been sure what he wants. He will tell you at any given time that he's sure what he wants, but I've known him long enough that I don't think he ever really knows. But I'm glad that the Flexi content has always been something important to him that he's always been able to come back to. Joe was talking to Brandon about this last night. I hope Brandon is doing okay. It sounds like he came out relatively unscathed in the recent drama, but I'm curious what you were talking about. This is a big project. TLDR, I'm incredibly consistent without for someone without a plan. Yes, that's a good description of you. You were right that I have never known what I want. I just know how I want it to feel and how I don't want it to feel. You know, I talk about my favorite webcomic, questionable content, somewhat frequently with my friends. And the guy said several years ago, he, he started his comic, the author did. He started the comic in 2003. So it's been around for over 20 years. Um, and a couple of years into it, he used to write these little mini blog posts below his comics. And one time he wrote about the comic ending. Um, he said that he didn't know exactly how the comic would end, but he said that he knew how he wanted it to feel. He had this sort of vague concept in his mind of how he wanted the ending to feel, even though he didn't know what the exact events were going to be. And here he is 20 years later still drawing this comic. And I think he sort of went away from the concept of an ending. That reminds me of Joe and what he's talking about. Closest I forgot to know what I want was when I wanted to be an architect. You know, I talk about this with some of my other friends as well. Um, the idea of knowing what you want, knowing what you want in terms of like a life partner and what have you. And I have a friend who tells me that her the only times that she has been sure what she wanted, she's been wrong. I've never quite mastered the use of armor stand splash damage kill device. Yeah, you can do that to make it run on the server side, and that'll be more consistent with the timing if you have lag, which everybody has lag. So when the timing has to be super consistent, you can run your actions on the server, and then they'll be tick aligned. Keep in mind, though, when you're designing really complex farms, that um, server carpet bots, their actions are processed in a different tick phase than normal player actions. And I don't know if you use carpet to automate your own player that way, which tick phase the actions are going to be in. But it's certainly not going to make a difference for an ender. One of these days, we will finish this farm. By the way, I got my first ever YouTube comment today. I think most of the people in chat actually know this, but I got my first ever YouTube comments because I upload my VODs on YouTube. And the comment said, and I quote, "Not bad." Which I suppose is a compliment. Whatever this person, they saw my like 5.5 hour video where I struggled through getting this farm to work, and they said not bad. That's what they had to say. And it came from a channel that's specialized in shorts about boxing. So pretty far removed from my subject matter. And I just find it so weird. I want to know what he thought was not bad. That comment really gave like a creepy. Comment really gave like guy leaning on a lamppost, smoking a cigarette, who just watched someone parallel park in the first try and wants to say something with some energy. Sure. Eve, you're not wrong. That is kind of how I read it, but I'm not going to ban somebody for just saying. Not bad. Rachel invites you to an MLM. Oh, goodness. My dad, I told that story to my family about the MLM girl, and my dad jumped in to say that not all MLMs are pyramid schemes. And I don't know how I feel about that because, there are some that are more respectable than others. That one means there are some that are more respectable than others. That is true. Some where it's more about selling, and some where it's more about just signing up as many people as you can underneath you. We're out of repeaters. Okay. But it rubbed me the wrong way, and I didn't know why. And I've been thinking about it since. And I feel like it's almost just true. Some MLMs do have a real product. And so in that sense, they're all scams, but they all leverage, like, their business model is leverage people's personal relationships to try to drive sales. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Um, I think that to some extent all companies try to do that, but I feel like a lot of these MLMs they prey on women who want to have some independence, want to have an income, and try to get them to sell out their friends for that privilege, and that seems bad. Why is that broken? Oh, that must be a world-edit artifact. Some MLMs are definitely better than others. For example, essential oils smell good, and Mormons and Scientologists do not. Okay, but here's the thing. Um, my mom was involved with a company that sold essential oils. She was never like really doing the MLM thing. She was just like she was signed up to the extent that she could get like discounts through their wholesale side, but wasn't selling it. Mm. They aren't all pyramid schemes, some are three-sided polygon schemes. Um, but the smelling good thing is funny because they actually said like if you smell the essential oil and you have like a negative reaction to it, if it's bad, then it's the one that you need. That's what they say, which is very funny. Being an affiliate of a company is also very different from it. This company was an MLM, absolutely was, but my mom was not like fully on that MLM side of it, I guess. Um, there's someone to start a D4 scheme. But my dad's argument was, well, like, these are these are legitimate business models that have been studied by like the Harvard and Stanford business schools for decades. And sure, but all that means is that it makes money. That doesn't make it a good business model. Doesn't make it legitimate. It doesn't make it inhumane. I do need cauldrons. It's cauldron time, folks. What else do I need? I need cauldrons. I need pistons. I need noble. Dodecahedron scheme supremacy. There are lots of different ways to run a business, and some of them even look like MLMs in some ways without being one. I'm a little bit curious what that means because um, look like an MLM without being one. I wonder if you're referring to the same thing that my dad would call one of the good MLM. I hear your mom was involved in one of the particularly bad schemes. Did have an aunt who passed away, and secondarily about your bill. Oh, the chat moved. Um, I did have an aunt who passed away years ago, who was both an Avon and a Tupperware party person. The true MLMs are inherently unethical because the business isn't about the products. It's primarily about squeezing you for money yourself, and secondarily about your ability to rope people into the same. Because that's the only real way to make money. So you have a lot of MLMs will require you to purchase the starter kit of stuff that you're supposed to sell, and then you find out that you can't sell it because it's crap. Um, and then so you can't sell it, it's crap. And then your only way out is to either cut your losses or start convincing other people that they need to join and get a kickback that way, um, which is not great. What your dad would probably call good MLM is just a company with a good affiliate program. And the conflation of the two is absolutely to the benefit of MLMs and on purpose. That's helpful. Um, Sorry, I'm not back with stuff yet. This is taking a bit. Joe, your farm is too slow. Let's see. What I do over here? Just putting in those cauldrons. Not as many cauldrons as I thought. Okay, let's put the cauldrons back and we'll work on the next layer, which is going to be mostly sticky pistons and slime blocks. And observers. Sticky pistons and slime blocks and observers. Oh my. Okay. And I don't really ton of things. No, we don't really need any of these. In MLM, the multi-level part of it comes into play when you recruit people downline for you solely for the purpose of getting a small sliver of commission off things they sell. But I mean, some of the companies that my dad would call good MLMs do operate that way, but they also have a real product to sell. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's complicated. I just steer clear. And their sector do the same for a smaller amount of commission and so on until into perpetuity until it reaches a financially unappealing level. Then the corporate overlords rearrange the furniture, remove the targets, etc., betting that people who've heavily invested will stick around, or enough of them will. Same. I'm not sure what Eve is saying same to, but okay. Hey, redstone. A redstone then. Add a shulker full of redstone. Right here. With one of these. Maybe I broke it because it's empty. Okay. MLM is not a business model in and of itself, so much as it is a complicated system of business dynamics that are totally normal and sociopathic bullshit. I don't have enough servers for this, but that's okay. At least this one I don't have to clear the snow. Oh yes, Eve. I hope that someday you two have your MLM girl moment though. want you to have that. Okay, let's go ahead and mine out this row here. I'm gonna mine out this entire thing. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I need to use the restroom. So, um, Eve, you're in charge. Be right back. I have put on long pants, I have put on fuzzy socks, and I have made myself a sandwich. Joseph, this I made an MLM on my 12-year-old Minecraft server, not clickbait. That's honestly, that strikes me as like one of those things that YouTubers sometimes do where they do like a civilization experiment or whatever on Minecraft. And then like invite a bunch of players and then like divide them into factions or whatever and see what happens. Like just see what emerges. That's what that makes me think of. When we're just troubleshooting the under here. Um okay, we're back. Oh damn. What I wanted. Let's see. I could just throw these. It's like 4,000 Minecrafters to sell by MLM. Minecraft's oldest anarchy server, 2B2T. I don't think 2B2T has 4,000 players. Like, from what I've seen of the YouTube videos about it, it doesn't have that as many people as you would expect online. Mostly because it kind of sucks. Just because it's always laggy. And also, there's a huge barrier to... There's this huge barrier to entry. Where... Damn it. There's nothing at spawn. That could have been worse. God damn it. There. Die. I think what I want to come... There's no technical reason to do this, but I want to come in and put gray glazed terracotta through this stripe. I'm already thinking about how to decorate this farm. Even though it has no need for decoration. Get out of... What are you talking about? Oh. Civilcraft is the original civilization experiment. Minecraft server before all the click shit YouTubers existed. I played on that for a while. It got featured in a subreddit of the day, and that was predictably not a good thing. Didn't you, like your first Minecraft server was a Reddit Minecraft server, right? Eve has had some different. Oh, that's cool. Eve has had some different experiences. Trying to find people to play games with. I think she's just found one of the best ones at this card shop, but the worst. I think decidedly the worst has been the trans gamers, the Reddit trans gamers Minecraft server. They can't keep it running for more than like just wants their code, yeah. Yeah, they can't keep it running for more than a couple months because their admin, whoever the admin is that round, always either gets they always either resign or they get shunned for some drama. And so they can't keep them Minecraft server running for more than a couple months. It's very funny. But yeah, Joe, I remember you showing me some of the plugins that were developed by that team. They did do their dragon today for which iteration? Because I think they're on at least their 4th attempt at this. Pretty far in the lifespan of a trans gamer Minecraft server. Have you even logged on to the most recent iteration? I didn't think so. It started around when we went to Handlestown one time, but I don't remember when that was. Yeah, okay, so they haven't had another one since then. That is pretty good for them. First was r/MC public, and then I ran the 555.tv Minecraft server for a couple of years. After that, I went in Civcraft for a bit, and then after that was when I started this server. And we are all grateful that you started this server. Excellent, Eve. Thank you. Just when I don't need the snow shovels anymore. But I am grateful to have repair tools. The server was with the coffee shop on it was free. All of us I just listed and very short-lived. Yeah, it wasn't really a survival server because you like gave people creative mode and had like warps and everything. But it was fun. It does look like you guys had some fun on it. Joining MC Public taught me the appeal of those. I didn't really have any idea what the survival aspect of the game was at that point. I mean, the kind of survival that we seem to enjoy the most is really just creative, except you have to figure out how you're going to get the resources. I don't think we enjoy any of the actual survival aspects. We try to mitigate this as much as possible. To be more clear about what I mean by that, Joe is going to be more clear about what he means. I've Oh, Eva's gonna go make a sandwich as well. I have a peanut butter sandwich with no cheese. MC Public is the first place I had the experience of logging in, being greeted by helpful people, being surrounded by an insane number of pre-existing builds, being invited to come tour entire cities that had been built, and having to get on a minecart to get to them. It's a peanut butter sandwich. It is my preferred type of peanut butter sandwich. I don't actually like peanut butter and jelly, but I do like there to be something sweet on there. And so don't tell Dish, but I make peanut butter and raisin sandwiches. Because then there's nothing liquid, right? But I still get the sweet. My mom, bless her soul, fed us a lot of food when I was growing up that probably would count as poor food because we didn't have a lot of money. But I really never knew. She sold it really well, and it was always good. She always had something to feed us, even if we were struggling. And there are things that I'm just now putting together. Oh, we were poor, poor. Like, we really did not have very much money for a couple years there. But I never felt it. I never. And so it's peanut butter and more solid jelly. But there were things that I look back and I'm like, oh, that was struggle food, but I still make it because it's so good. Um, there's Why do I have more slime blocks than honey blocks? I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have, unless I didn't get all of them. I don't know. Three. Okay, hope that's good. For enchantments, hoppers, and slime blocks, so the game is a very different state, and communal effort just felt different. You had to have people online to AFK the iron farm personally if you needed a lot of iron. I know it was before hoppers. Was it really before enchantments? Because enchantments have been around since very early in the game. Hoppers showed up at 1.5, but enchantments have been around since at least beta, if I remember correctly. We built a little circuit into the iron farm, so if someone needed a little iron, but someone was online AFKing it while they went to work, we could push them out and back in with water. Amazing. Enchantments are out on 1.0, okay. Most of IMC public time was pre 1.0. I didn't realize they added enchantments in 1.0. I thought that was just the end. The original end update. I don't know my early updates very well because I didn't start playing until 1.2 and then I stopped for several years. And so I basically didn't play between 1.3 and 1.15. Came back to a pretty different game. Almost unthinkable the stuff we did without enchantments. I think in some sense, yes, and also if you go back and look at some of this in modern Minecraft, they look small. And I think the scale of what we expect is grown with the capabilities of the game, which is good. But oh boy. Mostly efficiency, yes. But also mending. Mending is huge. Digging 4,000 block long, 10 block wide tunnels for rails by hand hits different without efficiency. Yes. Yeah, I want to say mending was in like 1.9 or something. Maybe it was even 1.14. Not sure. You should see the redstone for CAOTS. What was this? Was this some kind of Minecart ride that you had on your server? Oh, Joe found it. Oh, yes. Posted in the Discord. Oh, look. Double hide cards with feedback, 14 buttons, CARTS. Scheme for... What? So what does this do? CARTS was the MC Public Completely Automated Rail Transit System. Excellent acronym. Which is the world's first serious minecart destination selection system. Interesting. That's wild. Eve, read Joe's message again. Joe, you ruined it. Oh well. I see. Excellent. I mean, Joe has always been fascinated with destination selection minecart systems. He wants ways to send people, he wants ways to send items. Unfortunately, it's not really something that Minecraft truly supports well. I know Mojang is trying to do some... They're turning their attention to minecarts, and people look at the minecart update and they're like, oh my god, I break so many things. I don't see it as something that they are committed to. I see it as just something that they're gonna... they're just signaling that they want to look at cards and how they can be used better, and I think that when we do get a minecart update, it's gonna look nothing like, or very little like, what the snapshot did. The weird sketch was what passed for technical Minecraft in 2012. I mean, hell yeah. But also, Eva's hand flipping and grilled cheese, so her reading comprehension is not the best. Fair enough. I will say that snapshot did create a lot of clickbait, a lot of real baits, because people would just post reels of minecarts being accelerated to 1,000 blocks per second and then flung off into the distance, and there were endless of those. Changing the way the physics work out now is an easy way to test how they might work if they introduce different rail types and new rail speed control mechanics. Yeah. I will say, everything that Mojang has done that I've not liked has grown on me. I think there's no change, I think. There's been no change to this game that I'm still grinding my teeth over. Are a couple of missing ones. Let's get some more rockets. We're close. Eve, oh, you're not on the server, okay. I was curious what you were up to, but you're up to something else. Like, even the happy guest. A lot of the... Okay, I will never forgive them for lava chicken. But, aside from that, I hated the sniffer, and I hated the happy guest. And both of those have grown on me. I hated the sniffer because it looked like a 5-year-old drew it. But I think that, it's supposed to be ancient. It's supposed to be a long extinct mob, and I think the design conveys that well. Um, as for the Happy Guest, I don't like that they named it the Happy Guest. Seems very, very childish of them. Damn it, this is my adult game. Um, at the same time, I didn't like that it seems to be like directly from the movie, right? It seemed like just movie promotion and that was it. But it it's just so useful. And I've kind of gotten used to the way that it looks with this silly little goggles. Um anyway, rockets, that's what I needed. Got rid of the items that I needed. I'm very good at this. I just know that they had I do want to see the movie, but I just know that there were they were biting ghasts in one of the trailers. And I do not like creative decisions in the game being driven by the things that they want to do content wise outside the game. It should always work the other way around for me. Um, and so I felt like they were portraying that, especially for Java Edition. It's like, oh, we showed a rideable ghast in the trailer, so let's have a rideable ghast in the game. Like, okay. And I still think the name Happy Ghast is dumb. Like nothing else in the game is portrayed as having emotions. No, I was just curious what you were up to in the game, but then I realized you were not in the game. All right, getting there. Next, we're going to need a bunch of observers and mostly observers. Some note blocks, cauldrons. Rails. Mostly observers. Note blocks. We have the rails. We'll grab some cauldrons. Eve feels better. Food helped. Cool. And I guess I need some stone too. And some repeaters, but so that's gotta go this way. That's gonna go that way. Yeah. There. have some repeaters we need. We need to get rid of the slime and honey. And we need blocks and we need more repeaters. The slime, get rid of the honey, gets more blocks and more repeaters, because this is the layer that most of the repeaters go on. Next time I think I have to not offer a ride to Oscar, unfortunately. Driving everyone home after is a little too much for me. I'm sorry that you're not able to do that. Oh, what I wanted? Damn it. I need glass. We can connect the Skull Farm to the Ender Ender again, by the way. We just need to use waterlogged leaves to do it. Okay. Oh, that makes sense, come to think of it. Okay. I'm with you. Only on the part closest to the Enderman Farm. Yeah. Joe, I keep forgetting you're literally online right now. Um, Joe had to go back for more leaves. He'd be using them on top of the path to the farm too, so he could get rid of the water curtain falling off the sides. I know, me playing Minecraft or having any fun at all is so out of character. Okay, there's that end. Come on. Eve, I just want you to know, I always set my bed at the one next to my portal, and every time I leave the end, I spawn in this tiny melon. Oh god. LOL? LMAO even? I think that's supposed to be pronounced. I think it's supposed to be lol, lamao even. Oh, there we go. Sometimes it just takes a little extra coaxing. Let's see. What else did I need? I think we're good except for that piston, which I'll put in the last second so it doesn't get automatically activated. Accidentally activated, rather. Is this a real last block? Yes, it is. Okay. Up. Okay, now we need a bunch of sticky pistons. And we still don't need these note blocks. Oh god, but here it's the level of 10,000 cauldrons. Anyone who wants to come help place 10,000 cauldrons can. Okay, is this still correct? We won't know yet. Holy shit, it's 1 a.m. I'm determined. I will go to bed eventually, but right now I just want to finish this farm. Eve has volunteered. Thank you, Eve. Hmm. Let's just re-sleeving cards in the same colorway. Oh boy. That's correct. We're out of regular pistons. We need additional regular pistons. Trading for new stuff and challenging stuff, changing stuff leaves a ton of random cards in wrong color sleeves. Fair enough. Go there. Go there. And then I'm gonna drop the cauldrons. If you see this instead, can I see location and schematic? Sure. Define my schematic. Okay, let's get our let's get Eve the placement details. Cool. Eve has been given the schematic. No problem. Hmm. Redstone. Put me in, coach. I got this. All right. Well, the shulkers are full of cauldrons. This entire row is just cauldrons. I was gonna need some more redstone. Eve, this farm is not gonna activate, so um, pretty much anywhere there's no special order you have to place the cauldrons. Even if you fire pistons, nothing will happen. Okay. That's that. Now to finish these. There's some that we need to mine out here. This farm is surprisingly difficult to get around in. There we go. Slabs have to be placed. Yeah. Eat gravel. No passion. Where's this wrong? That's gravel, not a piston. Alright. Note to anyone who might be interested in Lighmatica, if you have gravel where there should be a piston, Lighmatica will tell you that there's gravel where there should be a piston, and then you'll be like, why is there gravel where there should be a piston? And yeah, it's a whole thing. So just try not to have gravel where there should be a piston. I hope this PSA has been helpful. See, so this is going to have redstone on top of it. And so will the other one. And those are going to be carpets. And then this is going to be... Let's see. Let's see this mode on. See. And then generic easy place first. False. And what that's going to let us do is it's going to place farther blocks so that we can actually put these in. Yeah. Might be difficult to get there. I may have played myself with this. Getting stuck in a cauldron? How did you get stuck in a cauldron? I'm trying to figure out how you would possibly get stuck in a cauldron in a way that you couldn't get out. Also, do you need help? How does spam jump in rockets until one of them took... What? Makes no sense. I don't deny that it happens, but that does not make much sense to me. And we're back. Alrighty. How am I gonna do this? I have played myself. Each scaffolding. I have scaffolding. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do this, and we can use this easy place mode to place the farthest block first, and then that allows us to actually place these. Visually, I was just in the cauldron, but I couldn't jump out or glide to fly. Wild. Okay, I think we're gonna finish the schematic tonight, but I think we'll do the why can't you? You have this block. Okay, we'll come back for that. And we just ran out of midstone. This little bit is annoying, I have to say. But thank you for getting the cauldrons in. Toss these. We don't need them. Dirt. Don't need. Grass can go there. And then what I need is more smooth stone. And while I'm at it, some cauldrons. There you go. There we go. You don't actually need those slabs given that this is underground, but it's fine. that's better. I love Easy Place, but boy, does it bug itself out sometimes. Hard to chat and cauldron at the same time, but I promise I'm listening. I appreciate that, Eve. And I appreciate you cauldroning. I really would like to get this done, and this will be helpful. Okay, so we got that one assembled, and now the last one should be easy because it's outdoors. Joseph, how dare you? Joseph has put himself in creative mode. How dare. Oh, you thought there was a bug, did you? There are bugs in the game. They're called silverfish. But a hopper just wasn't full. Happens. Alright. Okay. We're so close. Now we just have to do the other side. Oh my god, not the snow. Please, not the snow. Was that cheating? Maybe. It's making the hoppers read as incorrect? You mean the cauldrons? I assume he means the cauldrons. Yeah, also in your defense, I have not called them the right thing the entire time. I keep calling them comparators, for God's sake. Okay, that one is done. The rest of them, I think, are open air. My skeleton farm is a pretty decent glow ink farm. I feel like any skeleton farm at a sufficiently low height would be a glow spit farm. Okay. We need slabs and we need carbons. Dirt, grass, put this away, and then we can get the slabs. Why are you doing this? By removing your elytra? Oh, stuck in a cauldron. Where the hell is Eve? There. Nothing seems odd. You should just be able to jump out. I think your client is desynced. Because he just looks standing up to me. There you go. Bye. I don't know if you saw, Joe did suggest removing your elytra, which seems reasonable. Mm-hmm. For sure. I'm a little bit baffled by it myself. All right. I'm gonna put our. This is going to be an interesting run of the schematic verifier. Gonna be a lot to ignore. Okay. And we're stuck. And there goes that. And then did we never get this one? Oh, that one is totally covered. And then some just slabs to put in back here, even though we don't need them. The only purpose of these slabs is to prevent cauldrons from filling with snow while they're in front of an observer. Eh, no. Um, and then with this thing here, we have to do that, and then grab some grass to stack around that so that it isn't exposed. Nailed it. In Triangular, everyone's named the card shop, and one of the people I met today was named something that sounded like Finzar. Okay. Next time I have to ask how they spell their name. Good idea. I too would ask how they spell their name. That does sound like a thing that Somebody thing that comes out of a fantasy story. All right, let me get these down here so that Eve doesn't have to. Yeah, I didn't want to assume, but yes. Fun, but not great for spelling. Agreed. All right. Let's run the schematic verifier and see if we're missing anything obvious. Schematic verifier, start verification. It's going to be a lot going on here, but... Okay, so we are missing that little circuit that starts the farm. I have one slime block where a honey block should be. That will totally break the entire farm. I'm not kidding, it will. Couple of missing redstone dust. The carpets where other things are okay. These are probably okay. Because this is where the schematic is wrong. Should check those, but they're probably okay. Extra blocks, nothing important. Figures and lever and bunch of cauldrons. Okay, so let's go for the ones that matter to us, which are these guys. And some of them are just going to be schematic errors, but others could be important. You mean, how can I said I should terraform, and I was not going to terraform, but technically I am slightly terraforming. Let's see. Schematic verifier, and it said slime block where honey block. Okay, so we need a honey block. Nope. Do you mind terraforming when you have to do it? I don't really mind. I don't mind the work of it. What I mind is I don't have a ton of confidence usually in my ability to terraform in a good way. And so I often shy away from it. Let's see, that is just going to be because this circuit is missing. So we'll go ahead and add that next. And then see what else is in the schematic verifier. And the very last thing we add will be the lever. So we have a sticky piston now. Consolidate those. We have a sticky piston and we have our copper bulbs. And we need 2 comparators. Snow is really the worst. Fired like 4 rockets there. I haven't been having any problems. Because snow on the shoulder. Okay. Slightly confused, but okay. There. That circuit is now in place. We'll get some honeycomb if we ever care enough to do that. Aside from that, configure, schematic verifier, start verification. Okay, we still have this one that we need to worry about, as well as this. This one is fine. This is an error in the schematic. If you click on the top line, you can't open the shulker through the snow, it just fires off your rockets. Okay, fair enough. And then there's just a bunch of cauldrons left. So we have to find this one incorrect slime block. There it is. We need a slime block for that. Grab the wrong block, people. Grab the wrong block. And now we have the same number of each, which is encouraging. Missing that. There it is. Okay. All we need now is the cauldrons. I guess I'll work on that last row of cauldrons. Put stone in here. And carpet in one of these guys. Carpet. At the last of the cauldrons and go to town. Not what I wanted to do. I considered, instead of rewiring the farm, I considered having just placing slabs over all of the affected cauldrons. But that would have been about 10% of the cauldrons. And that would have been too many. If I was going to build a farm this big, I was going to get snow in my cauldrons. Interesting to see the slight difference in our placement methods. I haven't been paying attention. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Well, you're doing it wrong, so it is what it is. But you're doing it wrong. I've run out of cauldrons, so the rest is up to you. Even with 10,000 cauldrons, this farm is going to be so slow. It is true, and that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Hmm. I'm gonna go make a lever, so we're ready. Which will mean, in order to make a lever, I don't have one. I don't. I'm gonna have to place that down. I'm gonna have to get out my fortune pick and break it. Get a cobble. And then put the fortune pick away. Thanks for doing my laundry, Eve. Alright, and then find stick. Require stick. Do not wish to chop down tree. It's amazing how you go build a huge redstone farm, and then there's the one thing that you don't have, and it's like a stick. You'll need a stick. Evie, you don't happen to have a stick on you, do you? Yeah, that's fine. I brought more cauldrons than we needed. Eve, right where I'm standing, there's a missing cauldron. Thank you. I have to chop down an entire tree to get a stick. And then that's what I will do. Oh, Eve has a stick. Perfect. Thank you. Alright, so before I do this, I'm going to run the schematic verifier one last time. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. These are because the schematic is wrong. The only missing block is the lever. So, I think we're gonna try to... Okay, Eve, but I had gone to such trouble to get a cobblestone. Alright, are we ready? For the moment of truth in survival of this farm? I'm ready. I'm gonna fire it off. Here goes nothing. Action prevented by Z placement. Oh boy. Let me turn that off real quick. Okay, so it's feeding. Is it gonna shift? No, it has not shifted. We did not get enough cauldrons back. Some disappeared? What are you talking about, Eve? Over by me? Yeah, I see that, but they didn't just disappear. Figure schematic verifier. Start. Hang on. Non-configure schematic verifier start. Okay, this is fine. I have rolling state cauldrons, but we don't have any Missing cauldrons. Now we do. Are there any extra cauldrons? One extra observer. That's not good. And the missing cauldrons. Okay, so the missing cauldrons are right there. Where's the observer? And what is it doing? Because they don't just disappear, so no, you should not. You should not, because we had enough cauldrons, which means they've been pushed somewhere they shouldn't. Alright. Looking for one thing that's highlighted by the schematic. Oh. Yeah, okay. So when this happens, usually it means that the cauldron has been pushed where it should not be. One second, I'll be right back. And we're back. Thanks. Let's... Alright, where's our thing? We're missing cauldrons, but how? We weren't missing cauldrons before. And that only happens if they've been pushed out of the farm. And most of these pistons are at push limit, so that can really only happen in one place. Along this back line here. And that hasn't happened. I don't know, I guess maybe we were missing cauldrons. I have to place them carefully. In the correct order. And we're gonna stand here, we're gonna place this one. Okay. Is it gonna cycle? Yes! It is cycling. It is synchronized. It is beautiful. Alright. This is so cool. Remove the schematic. I'll remove that one. So now all we need to do is build a symbol collection system, but I'm going to do that in the next stream because I want to brainstorm how to decorate. Alright. I think that's enough for one evening. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, so barely qualifies as evening. I think it's time to find a raid. Let's turn off the farm so it doesn't break itself. I appreciate it, Eve. I really do. And I appreciate you tuning in from your game night. You didn't have to, and I would, of course, always want you to be present with your friends, but I appreciate that you wanted to do that. Okay, we're gonna go find a raid. Um, First of all, anybody in 8-bit? No. Okay, in that case, Twitch, raid channel, and let's. This one is a cute. It's just starting out. This person is on the starting screen. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to Malu. She seems cool and she's playing Minecraft, so and they're just starting out. So we're gonna go say hi. Thank you all for coming. If you would like to know what I'm gonna stream next, exclamation point Discord. You join the Discord and sign up for stream alerts, or just join the Discord to talk, if you so choose. Thank you to everyone who is here. I really appreciate you. And I will see you next time, probably sometime next week. We'll see. All right. Good night. Ending stream for the second time today, and I will see you in Melu's channel. Bye.